Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in Workers and Resources after all. Even on a Tuesday. Hello 50, welcome. I'm gonna try and get our settlement up to be money positive this stream. Caught you. Thought you could launch a stream without me noticing, did you? Hello Burns. Oh, I thought I could, but now it's ruined. Thanks for that. I guess we're gonna keep going on while you're here too. Welcome. We're gonna set up a bus horse carriage route here to bring workers down to crew the fire station and build everything up. Hopefully we will have enough workers on the bus stop by that point. Distillery is now also up, which I guess means that this building will send workers to the distillery and the food factory. Yeah, I think the food supply is going to be good. Once we have a train running, bringing in crops should be nice. Feels just like back in school. Yeah, always learning. Wait, people did streams without you in school? What? I'm confused. I was about to play Cairn today. I really want to start another climb and be more competent at it. Like look for more things and just enjoy the experience instead of like trying to rush through it and then getting stuck with no food. But maybe that's like... maybe that was deserved. Alright, now we got one-way roads here, which will hopefully optimize traffic a bit. Seems good. Surprised the horses number 2 didn't jam the road that needs to be plowed like snow. No, they walk slow enough with snow. They don't get slowed down by snow that much. Might need a horse-in station for return vehicles. Line space would make sense. We're still bringing up the number of highly educated workers, almost at 14%. The number is going up, so it's looking good. Should be sustainable with the university that we currently have. Only had to get 25, I think, highly educated migrants, and then whoever we migrated into had some extra. I think we can get some more third world country migrants who will have to go to school first and get healthcare. Try and bring up the number a bit. Population inside our settlement. Should not be too much of an issue. And it'll help us grow the population to run the food factory, distillery, and also the rail construction office, which we need to run. We started up the horse veterinary and carpenter to repair our vehicles. It's gonna have to do a lot of vehicle repairs next to the border. Maybe I'll make this like a permanent location and put the veterinary over here to then also put the construction offices in this location. Since, well, maybe on the other side, like have the veterinary here, or have the veterinary here in walking distance of like a permanent bus stop could be a solution. And then build the repair stations around it. Meeting closed. Not doing those yet, no. We're not going to do everything. We're going to start with 2 resources, even 3. Hazardous waste also counts, I guess. Missed the beginning of this run. What rule set are you using for this? Just low tech, basically. Just low tech, and I wanted to only have a single settlement, but I need a helper settlement to get to the center of the map. The city has to be started around the center of the actual map. It's bus carriages? Horse carriages. I always call them buses, I guess. Not gonna change that, I don't think. We'll be able to run the incinerator with some waste wagons, I guess. Until we have the rail connection. So we should be able to keep making some money already. No trade deals this time. You can freely export stuff? Yes. I think trade deals combined with this challenge would be too much, since we are not that knowledgeable in horse carriages yet, also. And I didn't want to limit this run as much as Poland run. But we also had to cancel the trade deals because it was too difficult. Looks like we're now Budapest. That's good. If it looks like something that could happen in real life, that is good, I guess. Gotta make sure we don't have any 21-year-olds without their own flat. Highly educated workers always need a room to move into. We'll also have to set up the housing for the courthouse, the police station, and all the other service buildings that will show up there. Well, they're not really service buildings per se. Government buildings, I guess. Remember you choosing the map? Wasn't it Moscow? Yes, it's Moscow. Leningrad fell through because of the little islands. Leningrad had a ton of water, so we would have needed to build a ton of bridges too. And like it had like a third or a quarter of it was water. So I decided for this one because less focus on ships, I guess, potentially. Because I do want to supply the city in the center with like trains and trucks and horses, instead of just running ship routes. But the ships are still a possibility if we get to this point. If the city ever grows as large to like touch this area, then this could be a harbor. Seems quite far though. And in industry could crop up here anyway. Just residential, I guess, would be limited. So a harbor could show up there. A harbor with a train connection to bring in goods to the city. Not ruling that out. Okay. Hello, Prakash. Welcome. Ow. Preemptive owl. Why would you do that? What did I ever do to you? Except all the bear sounds, I guess. Okay, put this on low priority. Let the resources get delivered first. We can just build this up with workers arriving here anyway. Maybe an end station in this area. Horse end station shouldn't need any power after all. And yeah, the veterinary here will move at some point down to this area. I think we can do the horse carriage repairs next to the incinerator too. Maybe on the other side, so that we can build the permanent horse carriage construction offices on this side, where they most efficiently get into the customs house without having to cross a junction before they do so. Would make the most sense. Hello Hailstorm, hello Kelly McIlrath. Welcome. I have looked at the Trains DLC for Captain of Industry briefly. Yeah. Maybe update 4 then, I don't know. If they're already releasing DLC for early access. I mean, it's been in development for a while and they're making good content. Captain of Industry is planning on getting a DLC on update 4 about trains in 4 weeks. Okay, shut this off. We don't have the crops here right now. Covered carriage, please. Your job, if you accept it or not, I don't care. Wait until loaded. Wait until unloaded, I guess. And we'll have a minimal amount of alcohol stored for the settlement. 7 tons is probably enough. And then the distribution office can pick up from the warehouse both food and alcohol, meat from the nearby meat storage, once we start importing it. And that should be good enough. How to get the crimes under control. Hello, Roy. Don't have a water horse carriage yet, I don't think. Maybe I'll drop a sewage discharge in here somewhere. Not really planning on it, but it is an option. The water and the sewage horse carriage will deal with the water and sewage from the incinerator. Hello Yamnuska. Welcome. There was so many people whining about there being no trains, saying they'd even pay money for trains. The publisher was like, what do you know? Say no more. Yeah. I mean, they already have trains, steam locomotives, but I guess they're putting in electric locomotives, nuclear trains, smokeless steam locomotives, and some other things, it looks like. Looks exciting. But I have not even tried the normal trains yet. Gonna use multiple rail construction offices again to reach MegaCity 19. I'm probably building a larger one later on and allowing myself a longer rail construction vehicle. Probably a BR80 short or something to that effect. I don't know if I want to do the multiple rail construction offices again. It would work, I guess. We will see. I'll have to get some workers here, do some terraforming, and we'll cut past this river straight across somewhere. Maybe on this nook. But it's gonna be a while until then. First we need to start making some money because we're losing money every month now. The horse carriages bringing workers here need to go through an end station. And they also need to load workers if there's too many... No, actually they are not going to load workers. This might lead to unemployment. I might have to set up a double bus stop here. We'll see. Or train platform. This border is a little closer unless you want to start in that center. That center. But like around this area. It's a little bit closer, yeah. We have to get to it first. And to get to it first, we have to make money first. I don't know if alcohol is going to be a good industry. It should keep the crop prices in line with one of our exports, which is good. I think the incinerator is going to make most of the money for now. But we'll also try and make our own clothing and exporting the excess. All from imported materials, I think. A fabric factory could be somewhere on the train line leading towards the city center. Or we just skip fabric imports altogether for now. But yeah, if the warehouse is full, no more alcohol, like full of alcohol, no more alcohol will be brought in. The horse carriage is going to wait, and all the alcohol, the rest of the alcohol can be exported by the train whenever it has unloaded all the crops. Should work fine. There's not that much throughput on the alcohol, and it might even be done by a horse carriage with a distribution office later on instead of a dedicated one. Looks like the police station is up. I don't think we have the workforce yet, but it's good to see that people are available. So as soon as the courthouse and the prison are up, and we have the workers nearby, or in the city in general, should be able to run it. It's like maybe 20% higher educated, 25 would be nice. Just need some highly educated workers. I mean, the population is so low that like 2 people working in the police station might also be enough. But yeah, we'll probably need more than a single police station. We'll see. I also bought 2 horse carriages because they're slow. Coverage is nice and reduced, which is good. So it's not gonna accidentally like cover a different settlement, which is cool. And running this with our own workers should also be a lot more efficient on the work time, because they're going to work a lot. which is good. But yeah, afterwards, rail construction. Vehicle repairs are done. Let's go down wear and tear a bit more. Let's go down to 30%. It's a whole page of vehicles needing repairs now. But the repairs are quick, so it should not take too long. Let's get 3 waste carriages and bring some hazardous waste in, I guess. 1 crime unpatrolled already. We're not gonna have a police station down here. People working at the incinerator are not gonna have a good time, I guess. Load hazardous, wait and unload the mixed waste. Wait until unloaded for hazardous and load whatever mixed waste is here. Done. Should get around 450 rubles per horse carriage load. Might go up, based on inflation of course. Which is desperately needed. Lack of electricity will reduce the efficiency right now, but for 3 horse carriages, it's not gonna be enough. Easily. Once we have a train waiting until unloaded here, we definitely need to run it at full capacity and efficiency. I think all the horse carriages went to get repairs at the same time. Maybe. I don't like the fact that there's no one protecting this area here. But yeah, once we have an end station, they should lines balance a bit better. And then it should be cleaner, I hope. Making sure that the incinerator doesn't catch fire easily. Any interest in playing Timberborn? We already played Timberborn. Don't know about that right now, no. Not at the moment. Played the water update with the aqueducts? I don't think I have played that one either. Oh, I have played water on top of other water. I have seen rivers and lakes going over other pieces of water, so that I have played, if that is the aqueduct update. I don't know either. End station is almost up. We're probably gonna give it crops. No reason not to, I don't think. It's only 3 horse carriages running through it. Maybe more if we want resource deliveries into the town to be more consistent, but No need for that at the moment. What about City Tales Medieval Era? I think I played the demo of that, I can't remember. I have not played that one, no. I don't even know that game. So, currently uncertain. Come on, school, do your thing. 42 highly educated workers, good. 12%. Getting more and more migrants in. At some point the service buildings that require highly educated workers might become overloaded, but so far they are holding on nicely. Can I reach 1900s era? Yeah. We're gonna go probably at least 100 years. Which is kind of committing to like a 300-hour stream. Not in one go though. Cutting some people off, we're gonna write like 300-hour stream confirmed. We're not doing that. No one would do that. Well, there's the electricity. Now all we need is the train running. Get to it. Horse carriage repairs are ongoing. Probably need fewer workers in here. So the train line. The train line will go through the site for now, including the rail construction line to the depot, a single track for now, and to the customs house through the incinerator, which is going to be the first train we're going to be running, I think. And then afterwards we'll have to build the other track to get the grain train running. Decent amount of workers on the train platform, the bus platform. Very nice. No unemployment from that yet. Lots of stuff to do. But yeah, those workers are also going to work in the food factory and distillery, so that's going to work out well. I should set up another grocer. I mean, we have so much capacity inside the shopping center still. I just like being prepared, I guess. Why are you not building the footpaths? Because I didn't tell you to. No horse inn station, no rail construction office. No garbage container, no prison. No vehicle repair station. That way. No buildings whatsoever. But you can build footpaths, and you should. And factory connections. $11 for a horse carriage export of mixed waste. And it should be 450 for the import, I think. And maybe it's gonna be enough to make money. I mean, last month we only paid 500 rubles if we exclude the vehicle import, I guess. So that should be easily doable. Maybe even with the food factory and distillery. But it's nice not gonna, like, having just additional cash on hand. It looks like it's about 600 rubles now. Exactly 600. That's very good. Really good. The train is gonna make good money, especially with no foreign workers needed for this. No 5,000 rubles for keeping this running. I mean, the downside of not having a constant supply of workers into the fire station is its own hazard. But we're working on that. We'll fix it soon. All right, you build it up then. High priority. This horse carriage route is just lacking grains, apparently. Looks like our grain distribution might be struggling. Yeah, very much so. Maybe because they were getting repaired. Well, you should be getting repaired, basically. But none of you have gotten repaired yet. That looks like it could be a disaster in the making. We don't have a proper horse feeder yet. If I build one, I could have a direct line from the customs house to the horse feeder. Or from this warehouse transporting grain into a horse feeder inside the city, I guess. Just making sure we are always supplied. Or I could have a horse feeder connected by factory connection to the warehouse. I mean, with fewer construction vehicles running, it's probably gonna recover itself fairly easily, because all the refueling vehicles did was deal with that previously. In bursts. Should not be a huge issue, I don't think. Okay, you're not unloading all workers, so a lot of them are going into unemployment, I guess. Which is a problem? Why are you loading that many workers? I mean, like I said, I don't think they should have any thoughts about unemployment. Their happiness and other things shouldn't go down, as far as I know. And it would do that at the end of the day, I think. We don't know the loyalty, I guess, right now. But loyalty also didn't seem to be impacted. Loyalty is going down quite a bit. Might have to, yeah, we're down to 63. Low government loyalty. I mean, it's the recent migrants who are slowly like getting acquainted and maybe taking a look at the monument every now and then. Finish your education, come on. There you go. The highly educated worker. The other two have plenty of time, I think. Other three even. And station is up. Let's do the line balancing. Review. There we go. Line spacing should now be possible. No electricity needed at this time. We do have electricity. There's a power line going to the customs house. Well, we're getting foreign electricity. And we have some underground wires for bringing power to the city. But I'm currently not running any high voltage lines. I think they would be overkill. I say as I have quite a bit of housing here. Hello, deviant fish. Welcome. More migrants, I guess. Make use of the US currency while it's cheap. Gonna drive down loyalty, but we'll see if we can recover it. Monuments will help. But so will a functioning crime and justice system. So 6 waste train cars, I guess, is the maximum we can go for. With the earliest waste wagons. The SN1, I think it was. And that should give us some good efficiency down here, I hope. Only a single train. It's kind of neat, like producing food directly into the shopping center. A lot of people will get fed with this until they get fed up. Let's make sure we don't accidentally run out of water. Still only a single worker in here. Seems to be sufficient. Almost done with the groundworks of the rail construction office. The building construction itself only requires a couple resources. And then we need to figure out the resource deliveries. And yeah, if we make enough room here, we can have the final carpenter and veterinary outside the city, I guess, this time. Surrounded by a bunch of horse construction offices. Which will then also help us build towards the city, because they are going to deliver the resources. I think the resources for the city center of MegaCity 19 are going to be delivered by horse carriages. Not by train. I don't think I'll plan a construction sector in front of this MegaCity 19 center this time. I think I'm going to go straight into building the bridges and then building the city center. Maybe a cargo train station. Maybe that plus a fire station after we have the passenger platform up. Maybe that I would do. But not like concrete plant, asphalt plant, etc. None of this. Maybe the open hull materials. Or a gravel storage, for example. I'm slowly adding more and more things to the thing I said I wouldn't build. It's always the same. "45 highly educated workers. Apparently they can still move in places, so that's good. No 21-year-olds without their own flat, apparently. Hello, Simon. Welcome. I mean, if we really wanted to make a lot of money, we could also spend our research points on going towards vehicle production and making like Western vehicles. There's not really many available right now, so can't even do that, I guess. I don't think exporting horses to the west is going to be that profitable. And we would have to do that by ship anyway, since we have no rail or road connection. And I don't know if you can export vehicles by aircraft, not that that is an easy option either. Hello, Lucky Leader. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. My god, you were streaming long today. How are you feeling? How long do you want to stick around and talk? Welcome, Raiders. I'm the Sprite Shred, playing Workers and Resources. You might have heard of this game from Lucky Leader himself. I'm trying to build a mega city, and to do that I need an auxiliary settlement first. 42 seconds. Well, I wish you a good rest of your day then, and hope you can recover and energize to do the same thing again tomorrow and on Thursday and so on. Have to go shovel a blizzard I've been putting off. Oh, well, then I hope you feel energized and reinvigorated from streaming to do just that. Hello, Frontum. Welcome. So yeah, our goal in this run, we started in 1880, is to build a city at the center of the map. I tried this already, it failed. The customs house did not want to provide enough workers. And it was very, very slow. So this time I'm going to build up an auxiliary settlement first. And we'll go from there, basically. Yes, very funny. I do the funny. We'll be starting rail construction momentarily. Because the rail construction vehicle and other trains are not available in before 1919, or like the trains I guess are available not before 1912. We will be changing a setting that allows us to purchase any vehicle, buy the trains, buy the rail construction vehicle, and then turn that back off. Basically, I didn't want to download any mods, I didn't want to scour the workshop, this is how I'm going to solve it for myself. Anything around 1920 is fair game, I guess. Some of the larger rail construction vehicles will also be okay at some point. But for those, I'm gonna say I need the larger rail construction offices, because the tiny one is kinda small. I mean, there are some that would fit in here too, I guess. But building towards the center of the map, we probably need a bit of a bigger one. But to get it started with, and to actually start making some money, we need the basics first. Lots and lots of horse carriages. Hopefully we'll be able to deliver grain here by train. Then we can also make this our source for feeding our horses. Basically having a distribution office that picks up the grain and delivers it to all the feeding sites, as well as fueling our food and distillery industries. Yeah, he brings the grain train. Carbon wagons now, fancy. Yes, hello Sabinakis. Our best covered hull wagons you could ask for. Like, what more could you want? It's very fancy. A lap of luxury, indeed. We'll build up the train depot. At least the groundworks can have some workers now. We're doing the same thing for the prison. And also the courthouse soon. Train time anytime soon? Yes, we're building the rail construction office right now. Then rail construction will start. After we deliver coal, water, gravel, steel and boards. I think I will have to deliver water. I don't know if they can use the tap water to like coal the train. Guess we'll find out. It's pressurized water. Yeah, and maybe merging the construction offices into proper ones is not going to be a bad thing after all. Having a bus stop somewhere on this corner here could be nice. That then sends workers across. Can make use of our setup that is working quite well. Distribution offices will have to move at some point. We're still waiting for the research on those. But I guess they could also line up with the repair station, I guess. .45 highly educated, constantly growing. There's going to be a limit to the growth at some point, but yeah, for like small scale operations, the checkbox is really useful in not having to micromanage it, I guess. The student hall would be even faster, I guess. But we're not using that yet. Soon though. With the prison system will come the ability to try and maintain high loyalty. And we'll probably get that started fairly soon. But I do need the money to get migrants to get it started initially. Not a lot, I don't think. Like 30 with regular education ought to work. But ideally we would lower crime rate before we start the loyalty process, I guess. And we also need secret police. Not 100%. I kind of wonder if it's possible to do it without. Because technically when prisoners release back into society, you do know their loyalty, so you might be able to guide them into the correct areas. But I'm not sure. Hello Twitch Dablism. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. My question about if you listened to the music video has been answered. Thank you very much. That was a nice surprise. Hello Orenchi. Orenishi, welcome. Okay. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite. We're playing a game called Workers and Resources and listening to Carl Casey from Whitebed Audio in the meantime. In the background, so this is not game music. Workers and Resources is a game about building a city. A lot more complicated than City Skylines, a lot more fiddly. But also, to me, a lot more rewarding. Really enjoy it. Very customizable in its difficulty level, but not easy to get into, I don't think. It's a game for people who like learning, rather than mastery, I guess. There's like, some playstyle is like, you play something for an hour and then you know how it works and you just try to master it. Something like, I don't know, what's a good example? Tetris, maybe? And then this is like, you might learn for a lifetime. I've played over 3,000 hours and I'm still learning new stuff in the game. Some of them kind of quirks to do some neat things, some of them actual game functionality. It's really neat. More than that, yeah. 3,000 plus. I know someone who has 8,000 hours, so don't judge. 3.6 thousand. 1.5k. At myself and still learning, yep. We can get very good at this game, but there's always new stuff that might show up. Which makes it cool, like... It's a game about getting good at it, and getting good at it will take a long time. And the process of learning is enjoyable, so it depends on if you like that or not. I do, so I really like the game. We started in 1880, 5 years in the game. Mostly horse carriages available right now. We will allow ourselves to get trains momentarily. And then rail construction may start. I'm gonna get the full horse carriage version this time. 6 horses. Let's go. Alright, like I said, our construction office is up. We'll start supplying it with material. We don't need bricks. We don't need prefab panels. We only need steel and boards. We don't need electronic components either. We need gravel, coal, maybe water. That remains to be seen. Now we start supplying it. Might also have to set up the train arrival here for unloading coal into the heating plant. The horse carriage delivery seems fine, but if we have a train line running through here, then we might as well also like start bringing coal to the city by train itself. Could be done by the same train. It could actually be a longer train. Didn't you notice the date? Early start, yep. It's quite the early start. Alright. Let's turn on purchase all vehicles. Give ourselves a rail construction vehicle. LTC. I think I could also buy this one and it would work, but no, LTC. Turn it back off for now. We still need to buy a train soon, but not right now. Load whatever's at the border, and bring it into the rail construction office. You will bring horse feed. Only horse feed, no electronics. I guess we can't bring horse feed that way? Weird. Oh, why am I trying to bring a horse feed there? It needs coal, not horse feed. I'm not running rail construction based on horse feed. Gravel and coal. Then we'll run a direct route for the gravel deliveries with some of our existing construction vehicles that are currently just standing around. Okay, we're not gonna get any more migrants, we'll have to get the prison system up. And I also need room for highly educated workers to go into. I guess you're gonna drop in here for now. We want most of the population to be highly educated workers. People who watch the Poland run know why. If you didn't watch that and you want to know, I want most of my population in the city to be highly educated, so most prisoners are going to be highly educated, which will then allow me to make them very loyal, and then afterwards they can work in the school or university. The iron horse feed you need. Yes. I had the wrong horse feed, I guess. Let's run 3 carriages bringing gravel in addition to the distribution office. See if that's enough. No fuel for track builder train set. Should be on its way, I hope. And then I guess we will have to deliver water too, but that's not going to be a problem. Because we can pick it up from the water well here. And just carry it over and wait until unloaded. If it doesn't use the water from the water tap, I guess. We'll see. It might use the already connected water. You should be able to move in here, unless you're one with no education, I guess. Then you'll have to wait. Yes, there you are. Once you finish your education, you can move in somewhere. I guess then I don't need the highly educated workers moving into that apartment block just yet. Can use the other ones for now. Once coal has arrived, and it's still complaining about not being able to build coal and gravel, I guess that is. Then we know that we have to provide water. which will be okay. It's gonna be so cheap running the rail construction with our own workers. After the initial infrastructure setup, maintaining it is cheaper than getting foreign workers, of course. Gravel. Gravel. Coal has not arrived yet. Here is some. But that's going to the heating plant. So not really what we want at the moment. Mixed messages? Why? Oh, we're building. It did arrive with some coal, so I guess it can build. Sure. Only gravel needed for now. Not conveying in gravel? No, the building has no conveyors. It's a new smallest rail construction office with no factory connections of any kind. Not even for water. But it does allow you to get started with rail construction fairly quickly. And it also allows you to like jump ahead with like a road on a train track, build this thing up, supply it, maybe run a fire station next to it, and you can set up a train track fairly quickly. Still waiting on the coal. There we go. First delivery of coal. Are they going to use the drinking water or not? Because if they are, then a water substation would be sufficient too. Guess we'll find out. Once it gets back, it has to refuel, I assume. Maybe not. It didn't pick up that much coal, I guess. That much gravel. Might not be able to build that far. You can see the weight going down. 5.2 tons, I guess, when it's empty. Will it coal itself? Doesn't look like it, so we'll have to provide some water. I mean, let's wait until gravel has arrived, I guess. It looks like it's empty. We can dump a bunch of water in there, it'll be fine. Run this for a while, till wait until unloaded, and then we can put you back onto the technical service to run the water to the incinerator area. Alright, vehicle repairs. 2 are still left, waiting on repairs. And if we go down to 20%, there's not that many vehicles added to it, so we'll do that. 20% across the whole map for now. Yeah, once we have distribution offices researched, we can rework the construction sector down here with the horse veterinary in mind, I think. Okay, now it has everything, I guess. Lots and lots of horse carriages bringing in gravel. The further away it gets from the route construction office, the easier it will be to sustain the gravel it needs. At some point I will probably be able to deactivate the dedicated route and just run based on distribution offices, but not yet. How do you scrap the horses with the food factory? No. You have to build a necker's yard, which is a scrap yard for horses and carriages. So it's like a scrapping facility, but only for horses and horse carriages. You don't get any meat out of it. Just a ton of mixed waste, bit of metal scrap, and steel, I guess. But most of it is going to be wood and horse remains. We'll have to build the repair station for the trains at some point, but that one has such low priority that it basically is not going to happen until we actually have the 2 train routes running. Incinerator and our food factory grain storage back here. Yeah, let's not get more migrants right now. Happiness took a little bit of a dump. Downwards trend crime is affecting a lot of people. We'll have to get that under control. Maybe an additional attraction building to our indoor pool fairly soon, but also not yet right now. Waste-wise, looks like the police station isn't hooked up and this residential building doesn't have a waste storage next to it either. And I would assume the courthouse has probably the same issue. Maybe even the prison. No, the prison will hook up to that waste storage, that's gonna be fine. Sort of cemetery for bodies. Yeah, that's not in the game. Even the horses will get cremated, I guess. We'll dump them into the incinerator. Road construction is going to take a bunch of money to fund, mainly for the steel cost, but it should be worth it. The trains are going to be quite a lot more expensive. Definitely have to take out loans for those, but yeah, I feel like this time with no foreign worker cost, it should be manageable. Once the groundwork has been built by local workers, once the construction phase of groundwork is done, since we can't use like a mechanism like an excavator, afterwards we'll reduce the amount of workers to like 5, and I can slowly feed in the resources and local workers will build it up just fine. How's the food industry going? Hello, Pion. It's been built up. Currently waiting on crop deliveries, which are happening by horse carriage. Not too ideal yet, but it's getting done, I guess. I can use our own alcohol for now. Not with that distribution office. We can load food and alcohol from here. But I guess, yeah, if food runs out, you need to start bringing it in. No alcohol, though. If alcohol runs out, we'll get informed about it. So if the warehouse drops below 10%, it'll start trying to bring more food in. But not right now. We still have food produced from when we initially loaded the grain silo with enough grain. And it's like producing every now and then. How much do we need per month? 6.1 tons of food. It's not that much. But yeah. We can only produce it if we have the grain, of course. And with horse carriages, that's a bit difficult. Let me drop more gravel delivery horse carriages onto the route, I think. Like I said, slowly trying to phase these out, and we'll put in proper ones. You said this is still an ambitious start of horses. What would be a safer approach? Do it with some basic trucks available, I guess. Because the trucks are gonna increase your reach a lot more, your capacity a lot more. It's gonna be a slow project. But I think this time it will succeed. Gotta believe. Probably put a proper horse feeder here too. We'll start upgrading the road leading to the settlement, I think. I think the beginning here is fine. Don't need to change too much. But we would like it to be gravel now, I guess. I'll start with the construction sector road first, though. But yeah, the settlement road I would like to finalize for now. In the end, it's all going to be torn down. But gravel's going to help against rain, a little bit against snow. Should make the travel speed a bit more consistent, I guess. We'll have to wait until the courthouse and the prison are up before we can think about starting to running our crime and justice system. We will have to build houses around this for the most loyal people to run the prison. Maybe behind the courthouse we can set that up. And during the time when we want to rebuild this, we can relocate the construction offices off to the side where they're not going to be in the way, I guess. You've done your job. Thank you for emptying out those bus stops. I mean, money is still the main issue. And building to the center without support settlements is a bit ambitious. Need so much gravel. Yeah, rail construction right next to the border would of course be a lot easier to transport the gravel. I was more concerned with fire safety and accessibility to the workers, I guess. Do you already distill alcohol? Yes. We have a distillery here. Well, we have transported distilled alcohol into the warehouse. And the rest will be exported as soon as we have the train running. Currently we're just lacking enough crop deliveries, which I'm waiting for the train to do that, I guess. Instead of buying more horse carriages. I hope it's Scottish whiskey. Looks suspiciously like beer to me. I would say that's a beer bottle and a glass of beer. Unless that's how much whiskey, I guess, is being drank as well, then I guess it could be whiskey with foam on top. I think the water deliveries are probably sufficient now. I don't know. I mean, can keep going, like, the water substation at the incinerator has plenty of water. Let's check the pollution next to the discharge. Normally, 77% quality of water with a water outflow like this. So if this is polluted, it would be already a lot, but no, it's still 77%. And then more precise pollution checking, I guess, with like a water well, because that one traces water pollution quite easily. But even that one, fairly minimal pollution so far, not that much production. I mean, once the industry starts kicking in, food production, distillery, there's going to be a lot more sewage being produced. At which point it should become noticeable. I don't think the gravel road is necessary, but it is going to last a while being here, and having gravel roads just means the vehicles are going to be ever so slightly more efficient during winter, and especially during the rain. Train coaling station is going to be expensive, lots of steel needed to build up the final construction phase. We'll also need the water pipe. And then we'll have to bring coal here too. Looks like the gravel is starting to pile up, very good. Happiness is dropping. No government loyalty, crime. Yep, we'll try and work for it. We'll try and work with it, like, I need the prison, I need the courthouse. I'm gonna deal with the crime very soon. Put the prison on high priority, finish that one first, then start sending stuff to the courthouse afterwards. Coaling station does not have that much priority. We will need houses here, like I said. We might go for these ones. 87% quality flats for our most loyal citizens. Sounds like a good investment, I would imagine. Probably have a grocer here too. Not sure if we need the road to continue, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to have like access to a larger area for road connection to have the potential of another grocer or other similar building in the area, because why not? I don't need the courthouse entrance on this side, so I think this is gonna be alright. If only it was aligned with the center. But we can do that. We just have to put it there manually. There we go. Alright, let's set up some houses for high loyalty. No one may move in here now. We will plan this out to get migrants, and then also people from the prison should then move into those houses. And we'll see if it works without secret police, I guess. Probably not. I need the secret police research to make this function. But distribution offices first. They're going to be important. %, higher education, 53, still going up. But the population growth is outpacing the amount of higher educated workers. I'm going to increase the amount of workers in here, I guess. And see if we can bring in a couple more students through the system. One person unable to move in. Is it a highly educated person? It probably is. I guess you can move in here for now. We'll see if you move in. Oh, if it's someone without an education yet. People with no education will not move in anywhere. I'll have to finish school first. It's most likely higher education. Distilled alcohol, kill bacteria at the hospital. Yes. However, the concentration we're distilling at is probably going to be too low for that. I would imagine. I think it's gonna look nice once it's done, and I haven't used those houses in a while. They're really cool. Especially if you use them with grid snapping, because you can do some interesting things with them where they're like really close to a road. And they look really, really great. Can make like some tight, narrow alleys? Alley is not the right word, I guess. I mean, it is alley, but yeah. Like inner city urban areas, I guess. I'm going to turn off the distillery for now. All crops will go into the production of food for now, until we get a train running, and then we can produce alcohol for export. Right now the alcohol we've produced is going to be sufficient to supply us for... We had like 7 tons lying around. That's going to be more than a year's worth of alcohol. Depending on our alcohol addiction. Only 21%, but I guess crime is bringing that up. But I digress. Consumption of citizen facilities last year. 7 tons of alcohol. So yeah, we have the alcohol already lying around. Don't need to import that. We'll focus on food production. And in a year's time, the train should be already running. Almost done with the prison. Don't have to run this right away. It needs a functioning courthouse. And the police station will have to become active to to make it work. Once all resources are there for the prison, I will speed it up, but we will shut it down. The police station has to run first, then the courthouse. But we can bring the supplies into the prison already. Our own produced food and imported clothing, I guess. And I'll be interested to see how much money we can make with the distillery. It's a small one, but it should be easily able to run near the city, so I don't have to do any logistics here. Other than bringing in the grain and exporting the alcohol. And we'll probably need another house soon. This will need a waste storage later on. I think I would like to have like footpaths through here just to make it look more natural. It's not really required to make this area function, but I do believe I will build footpaths. So I'm not going to put the waste storage here, I think. Would look a bit odd. Yep, anyone with a basic education for now is fine. Higher education workers moving in here are able to work in the university no problem, and could theoretically also work in the courthouse and police station. It's gonna be a long way to walk. So ideally, they would live here somewhere. It's going to shorten the trip substantially. Prison cells will have to be installed afterwards. 7.4 tons of steel will do that. But otherwise, prison's gonna be done. And they can focus on the courthouse next. Could bring in more horse carriage for the waste, I guess. Price went down to 586, but it's not being imported in large enough quantities yet to affect the price too much. But that will change. Okay. More road upgrade, and we'll slowly build our way into the city, which will make this a lot more robust against rain. Finish the current construction phase, wait for the steel delivery, we'll have our prison. The construction of the courthouse is only a single construction phase, which is good. So we can crank up the worker count in that building too, as soon as all the resources have arrived. And once the courthouse is up, we can start running the police. Want to deal with low loyalty and crime fairly soon, before we reach 1,000 inhabitants. Make sure that the negative impact of it is very little, and that we can handle it with a small police station for now. We'll probably need a second one, but they're very, very small and handy. I mean, maybe I should build a bigger one anyway. And then we also got to build all the residential buildings here. It's going to be a lot of regular educated citizens, but also highly educated ones. The ones with a regular education are there to run the prison. Probably 2 structures. To also take in the first load of loyal workers, make this whole system function. Which we will start with the research of the secret police. But first we'll have to build up a good amount of highly educated workers to actually consider running a secret police, because it takes quite a few. There's no horse secret police, but there's a small one. And there's an early start one. The one we are going to use. Research will start at 25% higher educated workers in the settlement. So still halfway there. It dropped. We had a higher percentage count, but then we got more migrants. But now that I've increased the amount of party officials, potentially providing education inside the party HQ, the amount of higher educated citizens should go up. A lot of them in here are 20 and will probably not finish their education in time, unfortunately. The city's waste can also be dumped into that incinerator. Don't need to export that anymore. If I want to do that consistently, I might have to build like an external waste storage where we dump the city's waste into, and then have one horse carriage like bringing it constantly into the incinerator building. Otherwise, it might just always be full of hazardous waste. I don't think it will be, but it could be. The other alternative is putting it into a waste storage attached to it, and hoping that it gets to the incineration in time. I did build a waste storage here externally, and now it's getting in the way. Yeah, we might do the whole container storage outside across, and then one horse carriage always bringing it into the incinerator. That should work for the settlement. It's not going to produce too much. I mean, it would be fine if the technical services could drop it in there directly, but I can't currently guarantee that. We might move the external waste storage and put a factory connected one in place where the city can dump its waste into. That would probably be the easiest option, but so far I haven't even bulldozed anything yet. Like demolished. All the buildings are still there where they were, except the free ones. One more delivery of steel and then the prison can be built to completion. We can now prioritize the courthouse as well. Maybe move a distribution office here already, one of the free ones. This could be done with a direct route instead of a distribution office. Controversial prison? No. We have criminals. We need to deal with crime. The loyalty is going to be a nice side effect though. Horse carriage is almost there. I need the refrigerated storage also being built, so that we can start the distribution from meat here as well. Then we can fully relocate the city's distribution office into the city itself. The only thing that wouldn't be there is clothing, but they need that in such little quantities that it wouldn't matter. Prison is up. No workers currently. In the future, minimum loyalty will be 50%. For now, we need to bring resources to it so that the prison can function. Mostly food. 70-30 is like a decent split. A horse carriage can transport 1 ton of clothing, which is good enough. It should fill it up mostly with food anyway. And now we wait for the completion of the courthouse and then everything can start running, I guess. In the beginning, reducing criminality is going to be the main topic. But later on, loyalty will be. Not for a while. We have to finish the distribution office research first and then the secret police. Then we can build it up. Secret police could probably be behind the train depot somewhere here. Also supplied with workers from the loyal area. It's gonna be a couple buildings that the secret police will have to check. And with horses that might be quite busy. Let me know when the courthouse is done. And then we'll activate everything. Lower the amount of workers in the courthouse. It should not be that much crime. We have 670 people here. A couple people are criminals. But yeah, we want to keep happiness as high as possible. Because at some point the pollution is going to kick in from the industries. So far it hasn't yet. And the heating plant will also produce more later on. Okay, loads of gravel now. The distribution office plus the direct line are doing their job amicably. Horse carriage repairs are fine. Only 3 escapes so far. And we had those fairly early on, I think. This year, apparently. Okay. 1 escape. 84. People are not too unhappy, which is good. Refrigerated storage is up. At some point we'll probably import it by train, but not now. Hello, Shaki. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Okay, I'll copy the tasks over. And then probably just relocate the vehicles. You're the wrong one. You are the one feeding the horses. You're only doing grain. And you're helping with food, I guess, if there's an emergency. I need to copy you. And then relocate the vehicles over. No more meat imports from the border either. Although meat wouldn't be too bad to have, I guess. Because lack of meat basically causes a lot of loyalty drop. But there's going to be a route constantly running importing meat. And this will be our source for the distribution. Means we don't have to bring meat to the shopping center anymore. But if we have to distribute meat into the prison, for example, then yes, that's going to be our source. We could also have a direct route importing clothing, I guess. But no, I think that's what the distribution office can do. Shortage of meat. Not good. I guess we already had a shortage. I guess we'll run 2 horse carriages then. If it's in that much demand, that might explain the crime happening. Two ice wagons. Problem with this is that we won't really be able to load from this building then anymore. So maybe they should unload into the shopping center. And we just allow the factory connection to go in both directions, so it can also push the meat back into the building, and that is where our distribution office can load from. And since the shopping center has 3 loading gates, we're not going to occupy all of them. Seven more deliveries of bricks, then the courthouse is done. I guess that means we can start with the police. Let's see if they can figure it out. If we have enough highly educated workers to run that. Looks like we caught up with students inside the party HQ as well. Good to see. Okay, last couple deliveries are incoming. We'll increase the workforce to 20, let it build up slightly faster. And then we might be ready for the cases that the police station is going to throw at the courthouse. I have very few aggregate carriages left because I moved them all towards transporting gravel to the rail construction office. I might have to move some back into a construction office so that the roads get gravel delivered a little bit faster. Don't want to buy anyone right now. Paid back 60,000 of the loan, not that great. We'll have to take that out again, plus some extra to purchase the train. Once we have the depot, the rail connection to the customs house, and the track going through the incinerator waste storage. Alright, courthouse basically finishing right now. Before any of the cases even made it there. Crime reduction is the main goal right now. We'll keep it on 2.5 years, I think. 2 years and 1.5, I guess. Come on, finish some of the cases. Get some prisoners incarcerated and reduce their crime. It's like the Poland map all over again. But yeah, all in a reasonable amount of time, I guess. If we get the first case solved, they can focus more on the third one, for example, which is getting close to running out of time, but I mean, all the previous cases ran out of time too, so I guess that's fair. How's the run going? Doing well, minus the money situation. I overspent on the settlement. We have a loan running. We're building up towards making money via waste incineration, making our own food and alcohol. The only thing missing is the train connection. Just print more money. Yeah. That's how that would work. Well, we're not gonna have that many prisoners. I'm gonna limit this to 5 wardens, which can handle 15 prisoners. And should not really go over that anyway. Shendeva, Leka, Siva, Sviatoslavovna? Sviatoslavovna? Minor crime. 26% loyalty, fairly low. Happiness is good enough. The monuments are apparently not doing a good enough job. Or it's a recent migrant. But yeah, we're gonna try and lower criminality as much as we can during the stay. 5% each tick, which will lower this to 0. All good. This case is not gonna finish. I'll skip that one too. Get the serious case dealt with, please. We might need another police station right away. I mean, they're cheap, right? So would be a good investment. Let's see what the police station currently does. I will build another one at some point, but we don't even have enough highly educated workers to run this consistently because they're too far away and have to walk there. Kindergarten has more than 15 children, so I'm gonna just open up the kindergarten to the full complement of workers so that we stop having issues with unemployment due to small children. Some unemployment due to no workplace, which is probably people going to the incinerator, which is fine. Where are the gardens? Look at this beautiful green. Thank you for the follow number, much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Calling station. %7 criminality. You almost had your university education, but you're already 56 years old. That's fine. 100% health, but only a life expectancy of 68. No issues here though. Hello Jimmy. Welcome. We're almost going to start making money. Almost. I need my trains. Single train track. Already bankrupted 2 more republics? Yeah. Good fun. Oh, it looks like we need to increase water probably. I don't think we're keeping up anymore. Maybe. I don't know. Let's just double our water extraction. Why not? We should be able to turn this on to give us a notification if it stops producing. If we have 2 workers there. I hope it'll work. Gotta learn somehow, yeah. Gotta learn somehow. That was also the way I approached it, I guess. Alright, courthouse, do your thing. People are gonna release with very low loyalty. And all the children they had are gonna be gone until we actually set up an orphanage. But the orphanage will come in later. The orphanage will probably also be behind the train depot. Or maybe over this, on this side, next to the prison. Would be fitting. But I have a house for the basketball courts? Why would I have to have a house for basketball courts? I don't understand. Let me prepare the waste train. I don't know how much money I need. I'm just gonna guess like at least 100k. It's relatively early. We'll allow ourselves to buy trains that are currently not available. I'm wondering if I should go for a slow locomotive, because it would look nicer. The BR81 or 80 are kind of neat. And they're still in the 20s, I guess. 27, 12. We're gonna get slow locomotives, I guess. Also, they're cheaper, I guess. Start production date. We need the Essen waste. Alright, that's gonna be our train pretty much. Now we just need to wait for the train depot to be up and connected. Food is slowly running out. At 6 tons, they would start with the import. It's gonna be fairly late. We'll run it... yeah, it's gonna have to run a little bit more. We'll run a direct route again for the crop import until the train is actually running. We'll be able to make use of all those horse carriages inside distribution offices later on. Maybe even a farm, but not so sure about that. Bring some coal over here. Coaling station will get water from the water well by pipe. That's already hooked up. What do you unlock trucks? 1912. That's when the first truck becomes available. Rubald, I think. There we go. 1912. That variant for pretty much everything. I think that one drives 20 or 25 kilometers an hour. Double the capacity of a horse carriage. And it needs a whole new infrastructure with diesel and fuel. So we're quite a ways off of unlocking trucks. Like a whole run of workers and resources normal, 1960 to 1990. I mean, most people keep playing longer than that, of course. I might have to set the checkbox again. I don't know if we can trust this running through enough students. I believe it is fine, but I mean, we can always check this number, I guess. Oh, it dropped. Could be from migration. I mean, overall this would be better because it has more capacity this way. But if we do have students waiting for party officials, then they are not going to get an education at that moment. And it would be better to focus on those that have already the most progress in their education so that they can finish and then also work as higher educated citizens. I'll keep it running, but if we continue dropping, I'll have to set the checkbox again, I think. I think I have to set the checkbox, I don't trust this. I mean, you got an education, I guess. Yeah, well... Yeah, I want them to focus on those that have the furthest progress, if there's party officials showing up here. Still doing a low-tech run? Oh yeah. Research is limited. Otherwise I could just do whatever. Right now I don't want to research because I don't have enough highly educated workers. I need to build up a buffer of highly educated workers first before I start researching. Otherwise my service buildings are going to run out of workers. Because research is going to take a while. Okay, almost at the train station. Still have to go to the customs house. Having the rail construction office that close to the city means that we can build up things more easily inside the city, but getting to the customs house is a pain. And then yeah, second train for the crop deliveries. Maybe the hazardous waste import can pay for that. Maybe not, and I'll have to get it as well with a loan. Refresh. Yeah, I think a lot of dumpers are currently not operational. How few do we have by dumper? That's still a couple. But yeah, for building purposes it's very little, I guess. Ah, Savanakis, yes, you hate it when your dumper isn't operational. Well, they probably have some help for you somewhere. I'm sure people can get it fixed. Just gotta believe. More fiber needed, yeah. Gotta build a fiber station. Oh god, that is a lot of cases. And suddenly the police station was overwhelmed. And let's build that grocer. Because a grocer will allow us to set the checkbox to warn ourselves when it runs out of goods. Because it doesn't carry any electronics, which I usually don't supply these days. Don't do this. More sellers. Sheesh. We need enough workers in here to keep stacking food into the shelves, please. Oh god. I could tell the distribution office also to carry the food into the building, I guess, then the like not stacking the building is not going to be as much of an issue, I guess. I'll just pick it up from the warehouse and also bring it to this facility. But yeah, maybe I'll turn that off at some point. Building towards the depot, that's fine, but need to build to the customs house too. I mean, we need both, right? This one is one we don't need right now. That one we can build up after everything else that we've designated is done. Including both the corners here leading into the train depot. Oh my god, so much crime. Finish a serious case, please. Yeah, I guess I'll move one of the horse carriages over to deal with the crime. Having 2 police stations with half capacity horse carriages might be okay. Yes. Too many uninvestigated cases. 71%. I don't know how you found that many cases all of a sudden. Maybe you sent someone into the shopping center. We'll be able to run this without the checkbox once we have a student hall. Not before, I don't think. Who was it? Kolarova, Inka Vladislavovna. Serious case. I don't know where. Settlement. Brick flat 2. In your home building you committed a serious crime. How dare you. 2% criminal. Oh, fire. I wonder what the serious crime was. Was it arson? 10 years in the ISO cube. Wrong MegaCity. But also the right one in spirit, I guess. Oh great, big epidemic. Doesn't spread very easily, not sure how long it'll last, can kill people. Sure, don't kill my higher educated workforce though. 14% now, very good. Once we get over 3 workers in the water treatment plant and water well, at that point we'll have to hook up the second water pump just in case. Our capacity should be 100 cubic meters of water. Currently we're using less than 10. So each worker in here should be able to deal with 20 cubic meters, and we have 2 working. I might have to build more monuments if I want to have a stable society without the loyalty boost from a prison. Yeah, criminality reduction right now. It'll reduce the loyalty and the happiness of the prisoners, I think. Actually, we're building up their happiness, which isn't too bad, but they will have really low loyalty, which should slowly come back, I guess, if the happiness is high enough. That might be a different approach, just boosting happiness as much as possible. And then dealing with the loyalty through monuments. Could still gain a decent amount of productivity that way too. Won't be able to make prisoners work, because there's no horse carriages for transporting prisoners. Two more serious crimes, huh? If only we had more highly educated workers in that area. We'll probably move some people over once the building is done, so they are living right next to the courthouse and the police station. But the other 2 buildings will provide workforce for the prison. No wear and tear at the LTC yet. Track builder can keep working for a while before it becomes impacted. I don't know where it is right now. Oh, it's actually building towards the customs house. Okay, no, that's correct. I thought you were building to the train depot, but then I complained about it and you changed your mind. Very good. We are full on housing. We need to finish more houses. I guess this one will accept highly educated workers. Any education, any loyalty, I mean higher education, any loyalty to run highly educated workplaces in this area, which there's a lot of. And then we also need to finish this house and allow more people with a basic education to move in. Or we just start with the fact that we only want highly educated workers and don't allow people with a basic education in anymore. So they will have to wait until either a flat opens up in a building that accepts people with a basic education, or they just stay with their parents until they've finished their education. Both are options, I guess. Right now I would need more workers, also for the factories. So any increase in workforce is like appreciated. Oh my god, the rail construction. But yeah, almost there. Customs house, the incinerator will already be hooked up, and then one train track into the train depot, and this corner, of course. Should get everything linked up by, I don't know, middle of next year, maybe? We have already purchased the train, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. And then the hazardous waste imports should be quite profitable. Minus any foreign workers that we have to pay, will increase the profitability by a lot. Yep, we're running out of places for people to go. And if we have prisoners that get released, and there's no place, nowhere for them to stay, they also just disappear. Which we definitely don't want to have happen. I'm kinda happy we didn't fully flatten this out. The terrain is at least guiding the layout of the city a little bit. Trying to stick to the terrain lines with the buildings instead of completely being perpendicular to them. Helps a lot with maybe finding a layout that kinda looks nice. Instead of just brute forcing a layout. But both look kinda interesting in their own regard. In their own way, I mean. Not so good at English today, apparently. Train depot is almost up. We've almost reached the customs house. The gravel seems to be getting close to completion. Let me move 4 horse carriages back into a construction office. I guess even if they have gravel, they can move in there right now. A lot of them want to refuel feed, but there's still animal feed around. I do not see a brewing crisis yet. I'd like to empty out this area, shift them over to the right side so we can start placing the buildings I mentioned. But I should wait until the train is up and running. To make the money to fund this. And also, well, I guess first we need the rail connection to the train station for the food and alcohol production. Less than a month's worth of food inside the warehouse. I did pick it up and carry it into the shopping center, but yeah, it's not looking so great anymore. I wonder if you could run a settlement just with happiness and not loyalty, because it seems to be affecting productivity quite similarly. Would be another test, I guess. Happiness science time at some point. Maybe we can check that out. This police station seems quite efficient for the small amount of workers it has with these pretty significant cases. Maybe the police station has the same situation as the secret police, where it's going to work really efficiently if it's fully staffed. And otherwise it loses efficiency quite a lot. Maybe a small police station at full workforce is more efficient than a large police station at the same amount of workforce. Because that looks like pretty decent progress on 2 serious and 3 medium crimes. I can't really complain about what the police station is doing, I guess. Okay, that corner. We're not at the customs house yet. That is a different construction task. But sure, I mean, it doesn't matter in which order you build them, just all of them have to be built. To the train depot, this corner that you're building right now, and the line into the customs house. Then we have our waste train. Oh, I guess I need this one too. Otherwise the waste train won't be able to coal, I guess. Not put an end station here this time. We can still do that, I guess, if I want to. But I don't feel the need, like the waste train can every now and then like go to the coaling station. It's fine. Okay, you know what? You're gonna get a waypoint here, so you turn around way earlier when you're building in this area, because that's kind of ridiculous. So you don't go like here and then all the way to this point to turn around. You have an earlier point now. Should speed things up a little bit. At least for that corner. And here you just go to this signal before you turn around to build that piece. Almost done with the delivery of resources for the groundworks of the flats. And then the material delivery shouldn't take too long, and we'll have a nice high quality building for our high educated workforce that we can build up here. Also, like future prison releases that have a higher education can move into that building fairly easily. At some point the repair station is going to be done. It can be very slowly built up. The only thing that it will need repairs is the train. Or like also the rail construction vehicle, both trains. But not in a long time. Very slightly leaning forward to look better, I guess. Yeah, we're kind of hanging by a thread here. The more our population would grow, the more food they would start demanding. And the food delivery by horse carriage does have a limit. There's a reason why we didn't really manage to go over 1,000 people in a settlement that easily. Until we had like proper distribution offices, I guess. Does construction time improve as the years pass? You just get better equipment. Like you get excavators who can do the groundworks with no manpower involved. You get better road cranes for building up like houses more easily. But an electric substation, for example, is built up the same way in the early game than in the late game. Doesn't get faster. Doesn't use any well, okay, the groundworks can be done, but it doesn't use a road crane, I guess. Hello, Sancho. Welcome. I would like to at least run the waste train before I end the stream, but I also don't want to stream too long. I hope we can achieve that within the next hour and call it a success. Shouldn't take too much longer, I hope. 4 or 5 construction tasks to get to the depot, and then back to building towards the customs house, I guess. And then while the waste, and also the coaling station, can't forget that. And then while the waste train is running, it can keep building, I guess. For the food factory, for next time. We could import clothing here too, until we produce our own. We don't have to produce it in the city, but would be an option if we have enough workers. So we got like half a year, I guess. What we can do in an hour, at most. Maybe by mid of 1886, the train track is capable of running our waste train. I can't start it right now, even if this track was done. I need to send it to a depot. So the train track to the depot has to be completed. Okay, courthouse is getting a bit busy. That tiny police station is really throwing a lot of cases to the courthouse. It's very good to see. But I will have to increase the amount of workers here, I think, because I guess the courthouse isn't really able to keep up too well. "74% criminality with a higher education, 24 years old. What the... What did you do? Only a minor sentence, but... Sheesh. At least we'll reduce your criminality by... 55%, I guess? Thankfully. Yeah, I mean, an orphanage right now is probably not necessary, since we don't really have room for all the workers. And the loyalty situation is still questionable. Health is really good though. Yeah, that tiny police station is like really good at its job, if you give it enough workers. Huh. Probably the same for every police station. But this one might do well in a village and a smaller city, smaller town. We'll still set up the second police station because we want to grow our population, for sure. And they're cheap and easy. However, currently we don't have the workforce to run the second one, I guess. Hello, Surround. Welcome. Okay, 2 more construction tasks to get to this, and then I guess this is gonna be another 3, maybe 2. Like 2 after it's done. Should be able to get to about here. Yeah, then it should be like 4 construction tasks to get to the depot, and like 6 or 7 to get to the customs house. How goes the things? Much resources and workers? A decent amount of workers and resources, not enough money though to pay for things. But we'll sort things out soon. Hello, procrastinator. Do you see railway work happening? You do indeed. I know it's very fast and hard to like keep track of, but yes, it's happening. Looks like we did use up the alcohol. I'm gonna bring up the alcohol production to 1 worker. Don't go too crazy, guys. It's the last alcohol delivery we have right now. Much fast, much efficient. Exactly. But yeah, the starter settlement is definitely going to be the right way. It feels a lot better than the previous run. Like we're already... The previous run we were in 1885, right? And we're already a year further. I think we were in 1885. Maybe 87? I don't know. I forgot. I guess I overwrote the save, so I can't even check. But no, that I guess I can check because I uploaded it a lot, so... but yeah. Decent progress. Actually work to do. Improving our auxiliary settlement. Good stuff. And we still got the whole MegaCity ongoing. At some point. But yeah, the MegaCity would start with like the largest heating plant for the early start, and then build around that, I guess. Maybe by that point we already have like the steel mill researched and can plop that into the city as well. Start with the steel mill in the city center, for example. Could be interesting. And this is probably, and also the Soviet functionalism for higher density brick flats would be nice. A lot of stuff I want. Will not be able to get past the technical university, I guess. So the settlement will have to run both. One maybe only for research though. Yeah, I mean like for a police station this is making really good work happen on these cases. Yeah, 2 more construction phases probably. Could be done with 1, I guess. I don't remember if it can do 20 workdays or not. So yeah, like I said, the goal is to try and get the waste train running, but I'm kind of limited to less than an hour now. 4-hour stream at most, I think, today. It might be possible. I think like end of June is when we will probably call it. I don't know if the train's gonna make it, the rail construction vehicle, but it's gonna be fairly close. I guess I could throw a horse carriage at the rail construction office to try and bring a couple more workers in, but I also feel like that would be a bit overkill. Maybe just having a footpath leading past here will encourage more workers. We're accepting up to 15. Could be a lot of workers in here. Until we have a regular supply of workers nearby. We have to keep the amount of workers inside the prison a little bit higher because of the fluctuations, I guess. And we gotta make sure that the criminality is being reduced for all the prisoners. 82%. My god, there's some really hardcore criminals in this settlement. This might be the parent of like the other like prisoner. I wonder. Yep, more workers now. Faster rail construction speed, but also more labor wastage, I guess, when the train is traveling. But since it's our own workers, it is a negligible loss, I guess. Steel, bricks, chemicals for water purification, then food. Food is already quite high up there. $77.6 thousand rubles made with hazardous waste imports thanks to the horse carriages. Definitely worth it, but currently not at a volume that we are making a profit at yet. Like, Republic-wise, I guess. Okay, that should be one more construction phase, then you either go to the coaling station or the customs house. And then vice versa, and then we can run the train. Customs house track construction is going to take the longest, but we have extra workers now. Should be a bit better. Yes, yes, yes. We'll make tons of alcohol soon. Just not right now. We're importing some rations from the border to make sure we don't die. I wonder if you could make a food factory directly connected to a smaller warehouse for a farm. and just run it with like worker supplies, and then whenever the fields are like need sowing or harvesting, then they will go into the fields instead of the food factory, at least for most of them. I mean, you could prioritize it, I guess. Set it to go inside the bus stop to other buildings, and then 0% at the food factory. Whenever the fields are deactivated, they will all flood into the food factory. Maybe that would be an interesting setup. Okay, looks like the water carriage is now waiting here. I'll bring it back to the technical service. I assume this has run out of water already. No, it has plenty of water still in the incinerator. Very little water consumption down there. Maybe the fire station already ran out because it has more workers. Nope, it's also still full of water. No problem then. No building auto search. The rest is fine. Move the horse carriages in here. Should allow us to upgrade the road here. Alright, build that, and then I guess this connection can go away. Oh, right. Nope, that one can't go away. I mean, it could go away during the construction, but it's fine, like, split up road is no problem. Start the groundworks on this flat as well. Only one, maybe two deliveries of concrete missing. And after this house has been fully supplied with resources, we can switch our focus onto the next larger flat, which provides workforce for the industries and service buildings. Okay, that's a couple too many cases for the police station to handle, I think. We'll focus on the serious cases, I guess. What are we building now? Customs house, I guess. Good progress. A third of the way. And then the last couple constructions here will be much faster. So yeah, should be possible to have the waste train running, and the next time we can get the grain train going. Build up the passing track afterwards. Making sure that the waste train and the main thing is going to be this piece of track as well. Otherwise the grain train's not going to be able to go past, and then this one as well. In case the waste train wants to refuel at the same time as the crop train traveling. And then we'll have our alcohol export. We'll finish the footpaths through these buildings for aesthetical purposes later. Maybe even having housing on this side eventually, but we would need water and sewage for that, and maybe even extra heating. Should be a smoother corner, easier to travel through. Once they realize it's there. Or I just take the option away. So this one has low priority, don't need to do that right now. This one has low priority, and then anything afterwards should hopefully only get assigned after the current construction tasks are done. I guess we better make sure that it also builds this before it assigns itself to this part. Because it would build this happily before assigning itself to this one. Even if it's at low priority, because it's fine. Like, it found something to assign itself to. It's gonna finish it before looking for more. I think is how it works. Okay, let's send some... Well, not all the resources are here yet, plus it's another construction phase after. I guess the deliveries are a bit slow. Let's wait until the current phase is actually fully supplied with resources before we assign any building to it. Here we'll go back down to 5 wardens. Courthouse is currently idle. We're working on 3 serious cases. Chance to solve is getting lower and lower. But maybe those are like the very, very highly criminal people again that we should like work on the most. I don't know. Chance to solve for the first case is getting fairly low. Didn't it go down to like 5.2 tons with the cargo, or was I misremembering that? No, empty weight is 5 tons. Yeah, it should have a lot of material left. Wow. Okay. Sure, then 2, maybe 3 construction tasks left and we'll be at the border. And after that, hopefully at the train depot and the coaling station in no time. We got a couple months left. I don't think it's gonna be an issue to complete this. But yeah, it would be nice to start making money. Proper. I'm gonna be interested to see how the small distillery is gonna compare to the waste incinerator. I think the waste incinerator is gonna be a lot of money in short bursts when the train loads at the customs house, but the distillery might be more reliable. But that's just an estimation. It's a very small distillery. We want to keep building the dirt road through here. We have to build like lay a dirt pipe pass road so we can get into this area from another location to continue building it. So they can go around. What does our town look like for an incoming horse carriage? I mean, this is going to take a while because traffic jam and all that, apparently. And also very low view. I guess that's the downside with the horse carriages. Why is the traffic so bad here? Oh, the waste is blocking because of the loading and it's standing on the road, I guess. Huh. I guess that makes sense. The camera's not so great. Good thing they have sunglasses. Were these a thing back then? Don't think so. I mean, coal dust covered glass is probably a thing. But I don't know when the first sunglasses were invented and used. No idea. So I guess we will have to wait until trucks to see what this looks like. I guess maybe if I pick one of the slower horse carriages, even going close to the ground, maybe we can see a little bit. Like that, I guess, so we don't clip through the ground too much. Oh god, the downward slope. Oh god, I saw horse teeth. Did they actually model horse teeth, huh? Cool. The fabled MegaCity stream. Hello Barbados Black Belly. Welcome. We're looking at our auxiliary city for the MegaCity, which will hopefully help us build everything. Just trying to take a horse carriage into the city, but we're not seeing much because of the dirt and dust everywhere, I guess. Is that a fire alarm? Uh-oh, is that a fire alarm? Someone's dinging. There shouldn't be an ambulance, should it? What's going on? I don't see a fire. Maybe it wasn't... Oh! No, that's a meat wagon. Okay, it's a police carriage, never mind. It's fine. Runs better than Skylines 2, so can't blame the teeth. That's true. Is that a thing in Skylines 2? Too many teeth? Please don't run out of food, please, please, please. It would be really annoying if we ran out of food right now. Not unrecoverably so. Thanks to, like, the industry's ready to go with our own workforce. But, yeah. Slightly annoying, I guess. Don't know how true affect performance, but they had highly detailed teeth on all the people, so that was part why framerate was as. Was it now? Sheesh. I would have assumed it would have been something like a tree generator where like the teeth are all shared between all the people and you only need to like render it once and copy it everywhere, but I guess it would probably not work like that. Or was there even teeth at all? Maybe they wanted them to speak at some point or something, I don't know. Like mouth animations. Was hilariously bad. I'm gonna have to look that up then, I guess. I'm gonna look it up right now. You know what? Two years ago. It renders individual teeth. Okay. Interesting. But I guess no one had like their mouth open at any point. Neat. Oh, but there's also a City Skylines 2 dev debunks teeth as root of performance issues. I don't know. Yeah, I don't trust the teeth being the issue. I don't know. I don't want to dive too much into that. I'll see how the new dev team does. Yeah. Trying the free-to-play weekend, put it on my wishlist, but I didn't pull the trigger yet. Especially after like how Paradox handled the release with the DLC dump right after. That was kind of weird. Is the store connected to the food factory warehouse? Yes. Food factory, warehouse, shopping center. That's the plan. And then distillery has currently a horse carriage to bring some alcohol for the city's distribution. And the rest is going to go back into this warehouse for export. I want to run more factories inside cities because I think that would be more era appropriate. Embrace the pollution, I guess. I'm not going to be too afraid of pollution, but we'll see how bad it gets. %, higher educated, very good. Getting to that self-imposed 25% number. One more construction phase, 10 work days. Oh, this junction looks pretty bad. Oh my god. Oh, because of the gravel deliveries too. I don't like Paradox at all, but they do keep their IP running for long. And how they just remake their games every few months, so they are perpetually in development. It's impossible to go back to them after a while. No idea what's going on. Stellaris EU5 have been kind of weird. Like, I haven't played Stellaris since after version 2.0, so I don't know what version 3.0 or 4.0 even were. But even like EU5 is going through a weird transitioning phase that they could like skip with like early access or something, but they don't want to do that, I guess. But yeah, it's they're doing the whole like, it's for people who like learning, so we're constantly changing the game, I guess. I don't mind it. I like that kind of thing, but it can get very draining, I guess. Haven't played Stellaris in years after I couldn't keep up with DLC because I only played the Star Trek mod. Yeah. I bought like a lot of EU4 DLCs. But the DLCs have recently changed weirdly. Now we're getting DLC bundles with 1 gameplay DLC and 4 cosmetic DLCs or 3 cosmetic DLCs. So you're... I don't know. Every system gets reworked and some of the older systems suffer from being behind. Oh yeah, like the whole... We're working on this system right now, so it's gonna be really cool, but everything else is a little bit less integrated because of it. Yeah, I get it. Building can't be in the way. It's perfectly aligned. Stop doing this game. Look at this. It's beautiful. Beautiful footpath too. Nothing janky at all. This will allow us to have a bypass road into the settlement if we want to upgrade this all the way to the bus platform. So I won't be able to put roads down here, it's too narrow. Only played Stellaris and Victoria 3. Wiki 3 plays itself, depending on what the other AI does, or it breaks. I haven't played Wiki 3 in a while. I can't deal with the warfare system in that game. They want it to be offhand, but there's some systems that are not offhand at all, like the naval invasions. I wonder if they got fixed, if that was a bug or something. Armies didn't assign themselves to naval landings, so you had to micromanage them through a war constantly. I don't know. Alright. Train depot. Almost done. Hooked up. And then we can bring in the train. Not with the wagons yet, I guess. I guess I can make that work. While the coaling station gets hooked up. Really want to get into Hoi 4, but it's way above my head. Hoi 4 seems like it's like not a World War II game anymore. Every nation apparently can win the war now. It's so weird. It's like a power fantasy game now instead of a World War II simulator. I hope EU5 doesn't turn into that. But it might. Okay, we'll tell you to turn around, pick up the cargo off of the customs house as soon as you start moving. Once the rail construction vehicle is away. There you go. Turn around. Get the cargo wagons. And we don't have to send you out twice. In the meantime, the rail construction vehicle can finish this piece of track. Which we need for you to actually start running. Been feeling a bit of an itch to play Crusader Kings 3 again, but maybe just 2. Oh, Crusader Kings 3 is the same thing for me. Ah man, so much DLC. But yeah, Crusader Kings would be fun. I think could be fun. I don't know if it is going to be fun. Like the 3 also got developed into a Power Fantasy, but not that 2 wasn't that either. But 2 was like very heavily developed. So it felt quite feature rich. Alright, mixed signals. And then I guess you can start operating with the tiny amount of coal you have. And hopefully the coaling station will be hooked up soon. Get to the customs house and run hazardous waste for a little bit, I guess. And maybe the horse carriages will stop doing that for now. We need more workers here more reliably. I'm not going to bring them in by passenger train, that's not going to happen. Yeah, that's the issue. Not able to dump the mixed waste onto the hazardous waste for some reason. It's very weird. I'll have to fix that. I will set up like a dedicated container waste storage here to do that. I mean, like I said, I could have one here, I guess. Oh, let's do that. Let's actually get a demolition office then, I guess. Might as well. Alright, go here. Go here. Your technical service, so not what I care about right now. And yeah, you dump your hazardous waste and then also go to the incinerator, I guess. Mixed and hazardous waste gets dumped in here. Metal scrap goes to there, including construction waste. We don't need workers right now, because they will just arrive here by bus anyway. Alright, make your way in there. Once this has been demolished, we will build a waste storage for the city's waste delivery. I don't know which one has priority. It might be the one with the train station. It's definitely going to push a lot of waste into the incinerator. But there should be enough time to get through a bunch of the city's waste every now and then. Okay. The money train is running. Good to see some income. This will mellow out after the first import. But it's still going to be a good thing. This will hopefully help us pay for the second train to run the grain delivery to the city. Should be good. So for a one-track system, keep each section as its own block and trains wait at stations out of the way. Well, we do have a passing track here, so one train can go this way while another train can enter here and they can pass each other. Similar on this side. But yeah, the main block is basically all connected, and if a train, for example, goes to the train depot, as soon as it's past this junction, another train could already move without signals. They do run past each other intelligently in that regard. But yeah, one-track system is like a two-track system, similar to this area here, where you like normally have like 2 tracks incoming, and we just skip 1 track basically. This whole thing is like not here anymore, I guess. So in the future, when the other has been built, one of these will be trains that go into the depot, and this one will be trains that come out of the depot. So when we launch a train, it'll not go onto the track right away. If there's already another train on it, it'll wait. Just for automation purposes. Like after a vehicle repair, for example. So the train is at the border. One will wait at town, waste depot. I mean, right now, if another train wants to go to the border, it wouldn't be able to move, I don't think. Because it has to go onto the orange block to the destination that another train is already at. Now another train could move, basically. But like I said, let's say this is a customs house and this is like another destination. As soon as the train is past this part here, another train behind it could also start moving. Or once one train goes through here, another train can move through here. The orange block doesn't have to be completely clear for another train to move, is what I mean. It's 1 block from the border all the way to the coaling, yeah. I don't need those signals, technically. These signals are not necessary for another train to run past here. I might get rid of them. But it is kind of necessary, otherwise the train might start moving and running into, like, headfirst into another train. I guess it is necessary, never mind. Yeah. But another train would, if these signals weren't here, another train would start moving to the customs house right now. If it was like this. Yes, there's another train on this whole block, but there is a path through the block that is currently unoccupied. But if you don't have signals, then yeah, it kind of doesn't work. Like if 2 trains are on the same block and start turning around, it's gonna be an issue. Looks like we're at the coaling station, so you're probably going to coal after unloading. Trains figure themselves out inside a multi-switch block. They can see their exit clearly. Yeah. You can force separate a block by putting down like a mixed signal. Then they only can look up to the next signal. They cannot look through the signal and see that, oh yeah, there's actually a path through purple right now if this were built. So a train in the coaling station would not move if it wanted to go to the customs house in this situation. It would see, yep, path is blocked. Because change signal has only this other block to check and that one's occupied. If this were a mixed signal, then yes, it would work again, I guess. But it currently doesn't because this is not built, I guess. And without that, a train at the coaling station would actually move. Because it could see that there's a path clearly through here. Why are you not moving? You're just turning around. You should be fine. Where are you going? Oh, you're building that one. Right. Okay, I guess construction vehicles are a little bit different though. Because construction vehicles turn around in weird ways and they definitely want to know when they are allowed to move. So in this case... How do we do this? Purple block is clear. Why are you saying it's occupied? I don't care. Just go in there and build it. It's fine. It's complex but not bad, workable. There's edge cases, yeah. It's not a clear-cut system with the signals. Like, the game does have a logic inside that tries to like automate most of the things for you. So if you have a lot of like junctions next to each other, it's best not to put signals down and just let the trains figure themselves out. Fewer signals can sometimes be better. And a single train network helps you like develop a feel for that. And then to double track it, you would put down another track next to it. And then you also understand why chain signals and regular signals are used in the way they are. For that signal, it won't move until the signal 2 blocks ahead is clear. Chain signal checks this block and the like the next signal basically. So if there's another chain signal, it will check this block, and then the next chain signal also says like occupied or not occupied. So if this block is clear and the next signal says it's clear, then it will go green. So if you have a bunch of chain signals, they would basically chain together into like one large check until the next regular block. So this train should be able to move into here, even though there's a rail construction ongoing on this block right now. If I turn this one around, it should automatically travel through the orange block, even though it's currently technically occupied. That's why it's like flashing red right now. It says, yeah, block is occupied, but the route is clear. You can move. Just as an example. Okay, you want to go to the coaling station. You're not really supposed to move through that signal though. That's interesting that you did that, but sure. I mean, it's going to be able to move past the rail construction vehicle soon, but that was interesting. Oh. Fire. At the horse veterinary. Okay. Coaling station is hooked up. And yeah, now the track to... now the track to the crops, I guess. Residential building is up, very good. Room for highly educated workers. I guess we can move some people in with basic education, that's fine. Just don't lose all the 21-year-olds without their own flat right now. We'll flip it over to higher education only soon. Now it will not move because there's a... okay, now it's in the way basically. Because now this vehicle can't move through because it was on the block, it turned around, but it's now blocking the entrance for the rail construction vehicle pretty much. You know what, just drive over it, it's fine. Just go over it. Run it over. Train is hungry, so it could eat immediately. Yeah. Go back to the customs house and fully load, thank you. And I guess the rail construction vehicle can follow you. We'll have to micromanage this a bit, I guess. I mean, as long as it doesn't want to do coaling, I guess it'll be fine. Demolition done, very good. Didn't take too long at all. We'll drop in a container waste storage for the city's deliveries here. And hope that it has decent enough priority to actually pull the waste into the incinerator. I mean, there's going to be a lot of downtime when the train is at the border. Okay, no, don't import. Oh god, why is this full? Is there another horse carriage still running? Why is this full? Oh, it's full because of the... okay, that's bad. That's real bad. This ran full because of the demolition waste. That is bad. Okay. We'll fix it. It's fine. No place for town trash? Exactly. It's really bad. The town trash should probably goes to the border until then. Until we have this one resolved. Hasn't affected our health yet, but should definitely take care of this. I guess the 6 wagons was too long. 4 wagons was like the right way. Let's put this on like, I don't know, 70%. Don't load too much hazardous waste. We have to get rid of all the mixed waste first. When is a decent time to set up recycle? Well, they haven't done recycling yet, so 40 something? Recycling becomes available 1934. 35 for the waste separation. It's gonna be some time until we care about waste separation. Not yet. Incinerate it all. Yep. Just throw it in there, deal with it. Don't fully load it. Move out of there. That's not 70%. Oh, because it was not set to wait until unloaded. And it also wasn't set to load the mixed waste and sell it. That's why we cramped this full of hazardous waste, I guess. Well, that's gonna take a while to resolve, I guess. I could re-export the hazardous waste to the border and then get rid of the mixed waste, but I'll just wait until the horse carriages are done, I guess. So many police cases. Not doable. I thought you were doing well, but you're definitely overworked. Maybe we can run another road along the train tracks and build some more housing and shopping on this side. They can just walk across the train tracks to service buildings after all. I wonder how bad it got with the city's waste. Not that bad. Shopping center was the most affected, I guess. But yeah, population growth was still ongoing, so it was not too bad during this time. Crime seems like a lot. Easy death spiral waiting to tip. It's not that bad yet, but yes. I want the crime to be as low as possible so we can bring loyalty up without having to build too many monuments, I guess. Plus it'll help with the loyalty spiral that I would like to try and set up. We'll deal with all the crime first before we set that up, I guess. Should be a lot more stable at that rate. You know what? You're gonna unload anything at the border, and you're gonna go to the border right now, and you're not gonna bring any more hazardous waste in for now. Just empty out the incinerator. Help with what's ongoing right now. It's gonna be quite costly. It's only 23,000. We'll make that money back soon. But yeah, that way the incinerator should be able to start running again fairly soon. Normally. We'll import 80 tons of hazardous waste in the future. 55 can be in the storage, another 30 in the mixed waste. It should incinerate down to a much smaller amount. But there's also a bunch of ash already in the waste that we're importing, so compression of waste is not that great. We'll load at most maybe 90 tons, I guess, which should be about 70%. 3/4. But yeah, for now, just deal with the mixed waste, I guess. Which gives us a tiny amount of money. And once that is done, we can park the horse carriages too. What is to be done with ash? Normally you put it on a waste dump and it rots away on its own. But if it has ash and other components in it, then it will uncover the other components, but like if it's ash and metal scrap, only metal scrap will be left over and it will turn to metal scrap. But if it's ash and metal scrap and construction waste, it'll stay mixed waste because the metal scrap and construction waste don't become separated on their own. Okay, this should do it, I think. Should be able to start the imports again. Maybe on a little bit of a lower amount, like 50% first. Then we'll gradually increase the amount. It's going to be 60 tons. And definitely wait until unloaded. And load the mixed waste. Otherwise the whole platform and system doesn't work. Yep, quite costly. But we'll make it back. You can sometimes do separating by burning? Yes. You burn it. Like, you can go around in the beginning, look at the customs houses with a single waste truck or waste carriage and see what the waste is like. If it's a lot of hazardous waste, only has construction waste, metal scrap or aluminum scrap, but not all three together or two of them together. You can burn it, put it in a dump, and once it turns into that single resource, you can then export that clean resource. That works. We have made a waste separation facility through incineration, but here it doesn't work. Because there's construction waste and metal scrap in there. If it was only metal scrap, it would work quite well. I'll have to export the waste soon. I want to refresh my loan. Come on, alcohol. I'm gonna have an alcohol deficit soon. Yeah, this technically has to be mixed, otherwise No, this does not matter. Well, also not correct, I guess. Why are we setting my train depot on fire? We already had a fire recently. Come on, send more workers into the workplaces of the fire stations, please. Thank you. Okay, we have reached 4 hours. It's near the end of June, perfect timing. We will be running hazardous waste imports next stream. I guess you can go right now, so I don't have to worry about the money situation. And yeah, next time we'll hook up the food factory and distillery, and then see how much money we're making, build up more workers, and then start planning out the path towards the MegaCity 19 center, I guess. We'll have to have a lot of distribution offices and construction offices at the ready. Resource delivery by horse carriage. Passenger delivery by train is the plan. Until we have a settlement running in the center, at which point we have to bring resources in by train too. So yeah. For now, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Good progress, I think. Send the track to the train construction so it won't block a coaling train. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We won't have to do any more rail construction on that side later on. It should be fine. Let's see, who can we raid? Let's go into the workers and resources category. Any new person? I don't see. We've raided Jimmy often. What about this stream? Also doing rail construction with modern trains. Is there talking? No. Follow only chat, that's not gonna work. Other than that, we don't really have an English stream right now that I can see. I want to raid Jimmy all the time. What can we do? Anything else we can do? I'm gonna raid you over to Nielski, I guess, who is doing sim racing in an old simulator called GTR 2, via GT Racing. They're driving old cars around unfortified tracks. It is going to be in English, but it is going to be racing. So, if that sounds interesting, please stick around. If not, that is absolutely fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your Tuesday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Take care, everyone. All the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.